Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Currently 3:10 p.m. on February 7th, 2026, and we're back with more Map Labs mapping for
Greetings.
Tune 3 Encore. Greetings. We welcome everyone in. Hi, Meneth. Hi, Bob. Let me get over here. Hi, Bob. Hi, Kuchi. Hi, Matino's Burritos. And, hi, Meneth. How are you doing today? I'm doing all right. Busy day, lots going on, but I'm excited to do more Map Labs mapping. I am a little bit nervous about the deadline for this challenge. This challenge really did not go to plan for me, but I'm still going to try to submit something. This might end up being a bonus map if I can't get all of the gameplay done in the next few days, but we're going to do our best and see what happens. Hi, Busies, welcome. It's a Tetris TGM fan game using CSS maps. Yeah, I feel like Tetris and CSS is a pretty natural crossover. I don't know why. Can't justify that. Where we left off, Beef Bacon was giving me some suggestions for the 3D skybox. Now we have a nice, well, you can't see it here, but a nice 3D skybox. So the map feels a little bit more natural. How are you guys doing today? How's your February going? Got any big plans? The skybox isn't much to look at like this, but in the map, I think it does a good job of just setting a backdrop. PG3 day? Like Baldur's Gate 3? Wait, is this like Baldur's Gate 3's release anniversary? Or do you mean you're playing Baldur's Gate 3? I can't believe Baldur's Gate 3 came out. When did it come out? Was it 2 years ago? Feels like it's a recent game. I still haven't gotten past the first act. Yeah, Meneth, that's cool. You should post pictures of your BG3 character. I want to see who you're playing as. So the clock is against us right now, but I think what I'm going to start doing is just filling out some of these template rooms that I made one by one, and that will fill out the level a little bit more. Then we can start to make a path, and then maybe do a little bit of detailing, and then I still need to do all of the scripting for the combat. Whatever you do, don't play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Why not? They're classics. Oh. Did you not like them? Got plot holes. I can't say I remember the plot very well. I was pretty young when Baldur's Gate 2, I think, came out. And so I never actually played through Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. But I always kind of wanted to. This part of the map is going to be like a restaurant, I think. I think that'll be fun. Can you please give a quick rundown of the shtick for this map? Sure. So, I forgot to pull up my, hold on one second. I need to pull up the actual Map Labs rules for this challenge. Okay. So, this is called Tune 3 Encore, and the theme is to take a song that inspires you and to make a map based on how the song makes you feel. It's a very abstract theme this time around. Let me move my face out of the way here a second. Yeah. This theme was really difficult for me. Even though, like, on paper, I think it's a great idea to incorporate music, because music is something very universal and it's a good source of inspiration, but I struggled with the basic premise of, like, picking a song. I just can't, like, select music. I'm really bad at that. I hate when people ask me what my favorite band or my favorite song is. I don't have a good answer for it. So I really struggled with the initial stages of this challenge. Tune is actually a recurring challenge. So the Tune 1 was an Atom challenge that had 1 day to complete. It was back in 2021, I think. And then Tune 2, I didn't enter in that one. But I think that was also a shorter challenge. Hi, Gildan. Welcome. What song was this inspired by? Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. So I picked the song Let It Happen by Tame Impala. And this is going to be a 7-hour war map about trying to evacuate in an airport. So I'm trying to do a like modern, 2000s era airport. And you're going to be a citizen who picks up a guitar as a weapon and has to try to flee the airport. And I'm going based on the vibe of the song being like the theme being about some things being inevitable, or basically focusing on what's in your control versus what's not in your control. That is sort of the theme. I love Tame Impala. Yeah, I've been listening to their songs more recently. Like at first I was gonna pick Dracula because that was like when I think of 2025 songs, I think of Dracula by Tame Impala. But that one I had a harder time getting inspired by, at least for a map. Concentrated? That's good, right? I hope during these mapping streams that I don't become completely quiet, because that's not very entertaining for a stream. But I do also want to be productive at the same time. That's a delicate balancing act, you know? Like a tile floor for the kitchen area. What song did you choose? I chose Let It Happen by Tame Impala. And it's a little bit inspired by the music video, which is also set in an airport. But generally, it's the idea of facing things that you can't change, or understanding that not everything is in your control is the theme. I thought the 7-hour war from Half-Life would be a perfect backdrop for that theme. Also kind of inspired by the map I made called The Good Shepherd. I just want to make more 7-hour war content, honestly. Like, I think that's something that Half-Life fans have been curious about for a long time. Admittedly, it's one of those things where I think the reason it's such an interesting concept is because the video games don't show you anything. Like, I think it would be a lot less interesting if there was a 7-hour war game, because then we wouldn't be curious about what it looked like or how it happened. But it's just the fact that Half-Life 2 gives you, like, all these, like, very brief, vague allusions to the 7-hour war that makes you question, like, what would that have looked like? What happened? What were the events? But as a fan, you know, for fan works, I think that's fair game. Shepherd on 7 Hours War. Yeah, I made a map called The Good Shepherd, and it was actually about Father Grigori. Although I kind of had it in mind that Adrian Shepard was the main character in that map. But it wasn't really, we never really got to a point where you knew where the main character was, who the main character was, rather. Like a kitchen. Yeah, I can see that. Noob Stuff says, hi, first time catching a stream. What are you mapping today? I'm mapping for a mapping challenge called Tune 3. Tune 3 Encore. It's from Map Labs. So it's a Half-Life 2 mapping challenge to create a map inspired by a song within about 20 days. So we currently have 4 days remaining. Oh my goodness, 4 days remaining, guys. We are not This is not happening. Um, this is probably going to be a bonus map. I don't think I'm finishing this in 4 days. I'm going to be honest. You listen to Loser by Tame Impala? Yes, I love the music video for Loser. Got Joe Curie in it, right? Hey, Dan Scart, welcome. Good to see you. Believe in the me who believes in you. Thanks, Bizzies. That helps. There we go. Okay. Something's bothering my brain that I had to pick a tile texture for this little restaurant area that I'm gonna make. But I picked the same tiles as the ones that are in the bathroom. Is it weird that that just seems wrong to me? That can't be the same tiles. You do a lot of progress. How much do you think till it's done? We're gonna do our best. We have 4 days left on the clock, but I think I'll be able to submit something by the bonus deadline. I see that you're competitioning the map. I am. I'm challenging the map. I'm labbing the map, even. How much time does a Map Labs give you? That's a really good question. It varies by challenge, but this one was, I believe, 22 days. So it started like 18 days ago. But I really had a rough start with this one. It's been tough. Thanks, Matt. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I know I talked to Beef Bacon yesterday, and he expressed very similar feelings. That makes me feel validated, because Beef Bacon is the best. You know, if he's struggling with the theme, then I shouldn't feel bad for struggling with the theme. I wasn't very thrilled by this theme. I don't want to be negative. I feel like I've been very, very negative. I've been a downer about the theme. But I just don't understand why they would do another tune. Like, I didn't really like the first couple of like I liked I did an entry in the first tune and I'm pretty happy with it. But admittedly, my entry in tune 1 was like kind of a gimmick. It wasn't really taking the theme seriously. And usually I do try to take themes seriously as much as I can, but I kind of made like a gimmick map for the first tune, and I never really had any concept for what I would do if there was another tune. I'm surprised people wanted another one. I know. That's exactly how I feel. Oh, that's so unsatisfying. The booths just barely don't fit there. Custom props looking good. Thank you. I can't take any credit for the props. I data mined these from Left 4 Dead. I think these booths are from the first Left 4 Dead. If you're wondering about using content from other games, Left 4 Dead assets specifically are allowed for the Map Labs challenges because the Valve source mod license allows source mods to use content from other Valve games. So that's permitted, and it's something I'm taking full advantage of. This map is very Left 4 Dead inspired. You never played Left 4 Dead? Oh, it's a classic. I would highly recommend. Left 4 Dead is still my favorite co-op game, even after all these years. And there's been a lot more co-op games, I think, in a similar vein over the past year or so. I'm a big fan of Repo and Lethal Company and Peak. Those are all really good games. But I feel like Left 4 Dead was kind of the progenitor of a lot of those. Dead Air aspect, absolutely. This is kind of inspired by Dead Air, actually. So you're completely right. Say that again? Did I say something? Did I say something weird? I'm just saying, like, co-op games like Peak, and Repo. I really enjoy those games. Oh, is it because I said Left 4 Dead 2 or Left 4 Dead is the progenitor? Yeah, Left 4 Dead is the progenitor of friend slop games. Yeah, it's not really fair because I feel like they're more inspired by like movement games like WAP or like Getting Over It, where it's like you have to like climb or get to an objective or something. But I feel like Left 4 Dead was the game that really, to me, it was a game that focused on co-op, where the co-op interactions were the point of the game, and that's what I like about those friend slop games too. That the co-op aspects are the point rather than just part of the game. We need more everybody wins games. Yeah, exactly. We're listening to the Entropy Zero Uprising soundtrack. Doesn't look quite right. I'm so slow. Maybe if I wasn't like slow at mapping all the time, I would actually finish a map on time and at any degree of polish. Oh, yeah. I loved Entropy Zero Uprising. It's fantastic. I'm so happy that I got to work with them on it. Like, I did playtesting and I worked on some NPCs, nothing substantial, but just being able to be involved is a big honor. I'm really proud of what those guys did. It's got to be one of my favorite mods, actually. Yeah. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. That's a good way to look at it. I don't think I'm very smooth though. Wait, this is gonna be awkward because then the register is gonna be like behind the booth. It doesn't seem right. Wait, maybe I need to put the register should be like here though. Running out of real estate because there's this other room back here. Maybe I can kind of squeeze some more space out of it. Make this wall thinner. Architecture is my passion. Oh, I get so misaligned. No, it's not. Okay. Browser froze for a second. What did I miss? Oh, you didn't miss anything. Don't worry about it. I'm just aligning textures. That's one nice thing about these streams is that they are very slow paced. You're not likely to miss anything. If you have to step away for a little bit or put it on another monitor, the things happen very slowly in Hammer. Why does that seem like it's 1 unit off? Must be. Used by this texture. Whatever. No time to worry about that. This will leave room for the register. Okay, that's good. I like watching your VODs while mapping. It's very chill. Oh, thanks. I'm happy to hear that. There's one thing I wanted to do with this channel. It was to like inspire people to make more maps, mods. That makes me very happy to hear that. That it's a good resource while you're working on your own maps. Does make me a little embarrassed because I don't think I'm like, I don't know. What am I trying to say? I don't know if I'm the best example for mapping. Like, I'm not very good with the visual side of things. That's something I've always really struggled with. I'm getting better. Did you see the Mission Revenge trailer yet? I think so. Wait, is there a new trailer? I might have missed it, actually. That trash can fits perfectly there. I planned that. Totally. Oh, there's like definition on the walls too. That's good. Okay. Mirror that. I remember Dead Air has a little room like this. I am riffing on Dead Air maybe a little bit too much. By old, you mean the one of chapter 2? I think I saw the most recent one. When did you publish it? I've been watching your progress and I'm really excited for it. I know you're probably waiting on more news about the Entropy 02 2.0.0 update. I don't have any right now because I'm still focused on Map Labs. I think 2.0.0 has got to be my next goal after Map Labs. I want to keep working on the Entropy 0 update with Breadman, but I do think I got to take a detour to be able to put that update out first, just for all the mods that are waiting on it. That's not bad. Is there a prop in Left 4 Dead for like a burger tank or sign or something? Maybe that's a texture. Burger. Tank. Maybe if I look. Oh. If I look at the texture browser. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, wait. Map streams like these do inspire me to work on some project at the same time. That's good. That's the goal. Very excited for the Entropy Zero update because I really liked the original despite its flaws. Yeah, we're really excited to fix some of the long-standing issues people have had. I think it's kind of cathartic to make things better like that. And Breadman has learned a lot, so he's like the visuals I think are going to be really surprising for people because it's like his style back in 2017 versus his style now. You can see all the changes. New 24-hour stalker section. The stalker section is awesome now. One thing that I did in the stalker section, I don't remember if we've talked about this publicly or not yet. I don't think it's a secret, but so one thing that I did in the stalker section specifically is I increased the animation speed of the stalker, so he just kind of walks faster. And that's a really subtle change, but it's amazing what a big difference it makes when the stalker just isn't quite as slow. Kind of runs ahead of you a little bit, and that makes it a little bit more bearable. Honestly, I always enjoyed the stalker section. I'm glad. I don't think I really hated it, you know, to be honest. Like I know it's like one of the sections people didn't like as much, but I like the way it uses light. I like how it's a section that's focused on dynamic light and using light as like a tool. That makes it really interesting conceptually. Sometimes it can be frustrating for that, but I think it's very tense and it's very fun. It reminded me of Doom 3, and I think that was where Breadman kind of got the idea from. Good. You changed Stalker's speed modifier key value? No, I actually changed the animation frame rate because the speed modifier key value, first of all, that's a map-based change. I don't think we have that. We might actually... No, we don't have that in UZ1 yet. But that just changes, like, it multiplies how fast it moves. The animation speed is the same, but we actually increase the animation speed so the legs move a little bit faster. Basically the same outcome either way, but this way it like looks... You can tell visually that the stalker is moving faster. This menu at an angle. That'll look cool. And I need just pressure. There we go. That's not how that would look. Whatever. I'm not gonna sweat it. Third prop. I don't think this is the style of register they'd be using. You guys think this prop is from Left 4 Dead or Counter-Strike? This is totally Left 4 Dead. Oh, that could be useful. Wait, I might have to hold on to that for later. Left 4 Dead because it's blurry. There's something about the style of props in Left 4 Dead that I kind of weirdly like. Like, you can tell they crunched all the textures down, but it has this, like, grunginess to it. It just feels very detailed, even when the texture itself is not detailed. You're never really looking close enough to see the low-resolution textures. It's like, at a distance, it all kind of blends together into the environment. Recently finished a playtest for Aperture Zero. That means I can finally continue art passing with the rest of the maps. There are 4 of them, and not to mention that I'm probably going to split some of them into smaller maps for optimization. I'm excited to see that. I can't wait to stream the next Aperture Zero. I really enjoyed streaming Aperture Zero and all of the workshop maps that I streamed. Really fun to see what people did with the tools for Easy 2. ESS released before Half-Life 2? That's a good question, actually. I don't remember the relative release dates of both of them. That was before I got into the series. I was a little too young, I think. As a playtester, when this eventually releases, you're gonna be in for a treat. I mean, oh, are you actually, you're saying that to me? Yeah, no, I believe it. It's cool that you're playtesting for it. Good. Quite enough space, is it? Oh well. This counter might be a little high. Wait. A little bit. Ah, it's probably all right. Is pretty good. This is Metal Scraps by CW3D, the Entropy Zero Uprising soundtrack. That looks alright. Maybe only one. Tell him he cooked. Yeah, he did. Probably just a regular door. Don't need to overthink it. The used soundtrack is so good. Yeah, I agree. It's amazing, like, how many emotional notes EZU hit. Like, it turned out to be such a good narrative experience. Really hard to do in mods. Oh, goofed up. Guys, what's your favorite Left 4 Dead campaign? I'm asking because this map is clearly a little inspired by Dead Air. I don't know if Dead Air is my favorite, but I liked the environment in it. Metal touch. From both games? Yeah, definitely from both games. Caffeine. Dr. Pepper? No, I'm drinking a Bang Energy. I've been trying to cut back on caffeine a little bit because I drink a lot of energy drinks and coffee and more energy drinks. But today I will make an exception. No Mercy, Dark Carnival. Ooh, Dark Carnival is a good one. For some reason I never think of Dark Carnival, but I liked it a lot. I think No Mercy might be mine. It's kind of a, like, to me that feels almost like a cop-out answer because it was the first one, right? Like, well, of course, the first one, but it's out of alignment by like 1 unit. Doesn't quite seem right. .344 should be good, right? 344 is a multiple of 8. These are 8x8 tiles. Kind of cheat it by doing that. Wait a minute. Oh well. Put a door in. I'm gonna steal the door from over here. Mercy? A lot of people like No Mercy. There's just something about No Mercy, like in the trailer. It's the vibe of Left 4 Dead, the atmosphere. Oh. Yeah. I guess it's like that map is like my first impression of what Left 4 Dead is. That sticks in my memory a lot. My favorite map of Left 4 Dead 1 is Dead Air? Yeah, that's maybe you'll like this map. I do like Dead Air. I think what's my favorite like finale from, I think Death Toll might actually be my favorite. A lot of people don't like Death Toll, I think. Where am I? Here. Clearance for the trash cans. That seems like a bad design. Hey Bogey, welcome. We're mapping for MapLab's Tune 3 Encore. We're fighting against the clock right now, and I'm still doing some basic like geometry. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it up for this one, but I'm hoping right now to do a bonus map. One thing I'm doing different this time is that I'm focusing on the level first and then the scripting later, which is usually not how I do that. I either work on them simultaneously, or if anything, I'll do all the scripting first and then the mapping later. So this is kind of unprecedented for me. Doesn't look right. Oh well. I realize now, I think the door should actually go on the other side. Oh well. Really good soundtrack playing right now. Yeah, it's the Entropy Zero Uprising soundtrack. Can't miss with that. So excited for EZU episode 2. Yeah. Everything I've seen from it is just so exciting so far. It's really ambitious. I'm really happy with what they're doing. Do. World's smallest kitchen. What song or music track did you pick for this map? I picked Let It Happen by Tame Impala. And I think I kind of doubled up between that and a Half-Life 2 soundtrack that I'm actually going to use in the map. It will be either Eon Trap or Abandoned in Place. Let's do Eon Trap. Yeah. So it's, I guess, dual inspiration between Let It Happen by Tame Impala as like a song, but then for a soundtrack, it's... I don't know if this is really the vibe, though. Like, I think I should actually pick a different one for the in-game soundtrack. One thing I want to do is I want to edit the soundtrack to fit the story beats in the map. And I'm going to use a dynamic music script to do that. This should really have like a flat, I guess that's a flat top. This doesn't look like fast food. Oh well. Like no room to maneuver in here. World's tiniest kitchen. Hand this out a little bit more. I have texture scaling lock on. That's not good. The map in which this song plays is my favorite map from episode 2. I like all of episode 2. I don't know if I could even pick. That's better. That's more real estate. Oh no. Texture scale. No longer divisible. Cringe. Slide this wall in a little bit. What's your guys' favorite Half-Life 2 track? Mine is LG Orbifold. Ooh, I don't know. You know, I think I have a pick for that, actually. I like the Ravenholm theme. Like, to me, that was always like the most evocative. I know it's not even really a full song. There's like the Ravenholm sting when you enter Ravenholm, and there's like Ravenholm Reprise is just like a short little track, but the way Ravenholm is just such a tonal departure from the rest of the game, and it's bookended by this tune that plays when you enter and leave. It just feels so surreal. It's like after you're done with Ravenholm, you kind of look back and think like, I imagine all of that. Like, was that real? Did that happen? It just feels so like out of left field and strange. I think that's why it's so memorable. Full of Ravenholm Reprise. Wait, isn't this the one that plays at the beginning of Ravenholm? I'm getting it mixed up. Last Legs are hard technology rock, yeah. I guess they're making pizzas in here now. I don't know. There's no time for me to question it. So one thing that I really wanted to do in this map is I wanted to use the dynamic music script and have the track Abandoned in Place transition over into Hunting Party. Let me play both of those a second. Will I have time to splice that in Audacity and write the script? No. That was something I wanted to do. First pull up Abandoned in Place. Diabolical, Adrenaline Guitar, and Credits Theme Tracking Device are the only correct answers. Actually, my favorite Half-Life 1 track, maybe this is my favorite Half-Life 2 track too, I'm gonna change my answer. Nuclear Mission Jam / Something Secret Steers Us is my favorite. I love that one. Need all of the kitchen props in here. No time. You ice cream bucket bought on. Well, what do you... I'm not sure if I understand that question. I'm sorry. I feel like this kitchen needs like a greasy wall texture, like an awful industrial wall texture. Was that the one with the flute and Zen? No. Nuclear Mission Jam is I'll listen to that one after Hunting Party. So right now we're listening to Abandoned in Place, and I wanted to splice between Abandoned in Place and Hunting Party. Which I'll put on next. In an artisan ice cream parlor, can you buy a bucket of ice cream or only a cone? Depends on the place, I'm sure. I've never tried to buy a bucket of ice cream at like a ice cream place. Usually just a cone, I guess. I hope HLX's soundtrack involves Kelly in some way or another. I love Moraski's work, but Bailey's work is on another level. I don't know. I don't know if I agree, because I mean, obviously I love Kelly Bailey's soundtrack. It's iconic. It's fantastic. But like, the Half-Life Alyx soundtrack was really good. I especially like in Half-Life Alyx how it used dynamic music. Like the Strider battle music was a standout moment in the whole game. Like I think that Strider battle would not have been what it was without the soundtrack, the dynamic soundtrack going with it. So I'm quite happy with Mike Morawski's soundtrack. As much as I like Kelly Bailey, I don't need him to be back for the next Half-Life. I'm really happy they use dynamic music too, because that's kind of been it's something that Half-Life doesn't really do. Like the Half-Life soundtrack, the paradigm is you get to a triggering moment and then the soundtrack plays and it just goes, and Valve kind of hopes that the soundtrack lines up with the gameplay, but it doesn't really sync to the gameplay. It's just a track that's playing in the background. And that's been the style for all of the Half-Life games, but Half-Life Alyx did something completely different where the soundtrack is like this ambient background loop that grows and changes, and it will transition to different stems based on stuff that's going on in the game. I really, really like that. Oh yeah, that dynamic music script. I'd like to learn more about it for my mod. So I'm reusing the dynamic music script from Entropy Zero 2. And this is pretty basic. It's just gonna um it's like I chopped the soundtrack up into parts, little pieces. Um Doesn't have syntax highlighting. I'm sorry, I don't have Squirrel set up as a language on VS Code. Um, but how do I want to introduce this? This script is very basic. It's just going to basically list all of the different stems that make up the song and then loop through them. And then if it wants to stop, it will wait until the end of the current stem and then play the outro. And for this map, I added this idea of like different mid-track sections where you can switch to a different section of the mid-tracks depending on what's going on. EZ2 has dynamic music. Where is it used? It's in Clone Cop's first encounter. So the funny thing is that it's kind of unused because even though it's dynamic music, it's in a scripted scene that always takes the same amount of time. So it's only dynamic for us. Like it let us change the length of the scene and always have the song end when we wanted it to end. But it doesn't actually respond to the player's input at all. So it's not really even dynamic music. Kind of a wasted opportunity. But that was our way of making the Clone Cop intro song loop to however long we needed it to loop for. So let me give a little demonstration here a sec. Second, I'm going to boot up my MapLabs template. Ignore the gunfire. Got our guitar. So Eon Trap started playing, and let me developer 1 SVG1. We'll see in the console that once it gets to the next segment, what is it supposed to be called? It's a stem, right? Gonna smash some zombies with my guitar. Yeah, exactly. Is that a guitar? Yeah, that's gonna be the weapon in this map from Left 4 Dead. So we're still in the intro part of the song so far, but I split it up into stems, and once it gets to the first stem, it will play the stem, and then it has the next ones like queued up, and it's going to keep playing them. But if I tell it to switch to a different section, then it will jump to that section, or if I tell it to end, then it will transition to the outro. You'll also notice a hitch in the soundtrack because I actually reorganized the stems, and I'm not a musician, so I did it badly, and it sounds right there. That sounded really bad because I don't know what I'm doing. But now we're in basically the mid section where it's going to loop 2 stems, and that's going to be our like ambient background music. If only I knew. Oh, the console doesn't show up because my webcam is blocking it. I just realized. Yeah, basically, we have dynamic music playing intro track. That's probably too small to read on the stream. I'm sorry about that. Dynamic music looping mid-track, TT21, Eon Trap, granular loop B11. Then I went to C11. And it's just going to keep looping those two stems until I either tell it to outro or I tell it to to switch to a different section. So now it's going to go back to the first stem in a second. And it's probably going to hitch again because I'm not a sound engineer. Yeah, there we go. And I did this very badly. But let's try and fire. What did I call it? Rap music. Yeah. Run script code quotable. What did I call that function? I gotta remind myself. I need to name this function better because I can never remember what I called it. Set next mid-track section number. If I run this code, set next mid-track section number 1, then it's going to go to a different section. And then at the end of this stem, it will go to that section of stems and then loop those until I tell it to do something different. Now we'll hear that transition. Here we go. I really like that that's the transition, because what I want to do is I want to call that code when an enemy sees you, but then when it gets to the end of the stem, it like has that like the drum, what do you call that, like the kick where it comes in. And then what I can do is like have these stems play during combat, and then when the combat wraps up, then I'll run this code, that next mid-track section number 0, and it'll transition back into the non-combat part. That transition was really smooth, because that's where it was supposed to transition originally. So you didn't even notice that it transitioned into the non-combat part there. Go. And then what I can do is I can run this code stop, call a function called stop, and after the end of this stem it will go into the outro section. That was kind of an awkward loop. Yeah, I need to actually... My bad. There we go, there's the outro. Really impressive. Genuinely said that wasn't used much in Easy 2. Yeah, it was one of those things where we never decided not to use it. Like we always intended, we're like, okay, we're gonna use that again. Okay, we're gonna use that again. But there was just so many other things that we were worried about that we never really got around to it. And then the game came out and it was like, oh yeah, we never. That's a big bug. I don't know what's going wrong, but sometimes my like it de-renders everything. I know it has to do with this mirror here. I don't know. Ignore the fact that I'm in a hazmat suit, by the way. Not important. Don't worry about it. Also, ignore the Half-Life 2 citizens. Ignore it. Just ignore the stream. Just don't look at the stream. Don't perceive this. We try to make the door to the bathroom smaller. Ooh, that's a good idea. So that will cover the mirror. You won't see the mirror. Although you can probably still like hit a weird angle where you can see the mirror when you're not supposed to. I have a feeling that it's when it renders both mirrors at the same time that it glitches out. I read. I really love to use the script now. Yeah, it's available. Like feel free. It's this one I modified. So this is gonna be. I mean, this will come out with my Map Labs entry. I can also post it on Discord if it's helpful for people. But the original version of this is in Easy 2 right now. You can find it in the vscripts folder under. I think it's just under like the Easy 2 folder, and it's called Dynamic Music. And then there's one called Nemesis Music. This is the specific script for Clone Cops theme. Is this a 7-hour war map? Yes. Yeah, so my idea is to make a map about the 7-hour war inspired by the song Let It Happen by Tame Impala, because it's a song about understanding that some things are out of your control. So the 7-hour war, I think, is a good backdrop, as well as the music video for that song takes place in an airport. And this is an airport. It just, I thought it worked. If only I had settled on that idea sooner. We have 4 days left and about 30 days worth of work to do to get this released. So I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to, I'm going to let it happen. New Times store page was approved. I have to verify this. Big if true. Oh, I don't see it yet. Approved, not public. Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped the gun. That's really exciting news. I can't wait to see it. You think I should? I remember I asked you this question while I was playing Raising the Bar Redux, but I forgot what the answer was. Should I replay New Times when it comes out on Steam? Will there be enough new content that it will be worth a second playthrough? Yeah. Yeah, I definitely will. The store will be public when I have stuff to show. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, there's probably a lot that goes into that. I wasn't really involved in making the store page for Easy 2. That was definitely a Breadman thing. He's really good at that sort of thing as well. Sure. Need to retake screenshots because Steam FPS counter leaked in them. Oh yeah, I hate it when that happens. I had this same problem in my map I'm working on right now because I have a bathroom with mirrors. I just had to remove one of them. So a thought that I have, before I go any further with this, thought that I have is that there a way to set one of the mirrors to use a different render target? I'm nervous to change this. I'm gonna I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna make this one considered refraction. I think that's dangerous because it's not refraction. So if I do add water to the map, then that's gonna break something. Have you looked at Quiet Rehabilitation? That name is super familiar. What is this Quiet Rehabilitation? First response was for a the National Helpline for Mental Health and drug and alcohol issues. Not what I was looking for. Quiet Rehabilitation is on Steam. Wait, what? This looks like fun. Like, I try to keep things in, like when I'm on stream, when I'm streaming, I try to keep it on topic. However, for stuff like this, where it's like this is like literally the point of the channel to play mods, Half-Life 2 mods, I'm very okay with taking a brief detour when it's something important like this. Take a look. Oh, it's your friend's mod. I played the demo on the Half-Life 2 workshop. It's really good. Did I play that? I don't think no, I think someone recommended it to me and I didn't play it yet. Um, that name is just so familiar, but I don't think I've ever played it. This is Quiet Rehabilitation on Steam. I like this. This is Nova Prospect, but this looks very different from any of the room layouts that we were in, and like the environment looks like Nova Prospect, but I'm like, where have we seen like this kind of combat? Cool. Yeah, this looks like fun. Nova Prospect during the day? That's cursed. I love it. If Gordon went to Nova Prospect at the start instead of Barney leading him to Dr. Kleiner's lab, that's kind of cool. Wait a minute. Why are there Nova Prospect Metro cops? That's kind of interesting. I want to see that. So if you're Gordon, but you never went to Kleiner's lab, how do you have the hazard suit? Is it something other than the hazard suit? Is it like a combine uniform or something? Still has to make the intro and voice acting. Ooh. This is cool. It's interesting that it kind of occupies the same space as Lost Coast, where it's like an alternate history. It's something that doesn't fit in the main timeline, but the location is still part of the story, even if Gordon's travels through it are not uh, canonical. You know, they're not part of the main timeline. And I think that's really interesting. I can't wait to play it. He has a plan to explain the HEV suit. I'm interested. I wonder if he could like make it something a little bit different. Like there's like an alternate HEV suit or something. I could make the mod stand out more if there's like a different it's a different color or a different texture on it or something like that. I need to finish this kitchen. Okay. So we were listening to Abandoned in Place. I want to show how using that dynamic music script, I really want to transition from Abandoned in Place to Hunting Party. So I'm going to play Abandoned in Place again, and then I'm going to play Hunting Party, and tell me that they aren't made to like sync from one to the other. I need to remind myself not to spend too much time on things like I'm doing right now. Like this sink, honestly, I should just throw as many, this kitchen, throw as many kitchen props in it as possible and call it a day. I should not really be focusing on the detailing the kitchen. We don't have much time. I feel like my mapping is taking, like, I wanted to make my visuals better in this map, and instead I'm kind of getting worse because I just feel so time pressured this time compared with the last one. Unsatisfying. Wait. Yeah, I was gonna put a walk-in freezer there, but like no space in the building. Clearly, I didn't think that one through. I could. Okay, so one thing that I wanted to do is actually make these two areas connect. Maybe you walk through the freezer to get from one to the other. That could work. I can see that. Okay. Wait a minute, I have a vision. I'll leave this here because I don't know what else to do with it. I'll throw in every single kitchen prop. No particular order. That seems like a hazard. I don't like that. I need some syncs. Okay. I'm going to pro gamer. Quiet rehabilitation started from the Run Things She Lived days. Oh. I didn't realize it went back that far. Around for a while then. Sink. That sink in. Probably the kind of sink that. Gotta move on. Back to be too much. Okay, so that was abandoned in place, right? Abandoned in place. And then imagine with that dynamic music script, imagine I transition into a hunting party. Isn't there like a walk-in freezer texture? Like I looked past that earlier. Oh shoot. Okay. I didn't want that. That looks good. I have a plan. Hear me out. Player is going to have to go through this freezer to get to the other side of an impassable barrier that'll be right here. No. Impassable barrier will be right here. Wait. Is that gonna work? It'll be like at an angle. It'll work. It's too big. I think. Perfect, actually. It's perfect. I think the idea here, I just realized, maybe they were like evacuating people this way, then the plane crashed here. They had like this blocked off. Why this would be blocked off? I don't know. It makes sense in my head. Not gonna overthink it too much for this. I just need a way to like block off the playable space. The player needs to reverse. If selling ice cream is different? Huh? I never really thought about that before. How did you find that out? Your favorite type of ice cream? I didn't know there was gonna be a quiz. I'm gonna say cookies and cream. I don't even know if that is my favorite. I kind of like chocolate. I don't know. Environmental storytelling. Strawberry ice cream. That's a good answer. Not good enough. I love the physics simulation tool. Oh, okay. I didn't mean to. Oh no. Winning zombies. Import the Dark Interval live ragdoll stuff to map base. Honestly, I've thought about it before. I didn't look into it a lot. I looked into it a little. I am interested. I don't know how useful it would be because I think does Dark Interval actually use that or was it unused? I feel like they might have had some problems with it. Minor miscalculation. Yeah. I thought adding some actual headcrab zombies to the body piles would make it feel more like Half-Life, you know? Because I don't want you to think that it's just like the military is just like executing civilians or something. My idea is more that like these are people that couldn't make it out in time where the zombies got to them. Or because they're a low level of detail and there's headcrab zombies on top of them, maybe these are headcrab zombies. These is when you save people from barnacles and maybe zombie get-ups. Oh, I didn't know that. That actually sounds really, really useful. There's a lot of things that I would like to do with that. What do you guys think this map should be called? Because Let It Happen isn't a very good name for a map. I don't really like that it being called that. So I think maybe even calling it Abandoned in Place would be better. Um, but yeah, neither of those names really compelling to me. Something with 7, it could be, could work. Seven hours of tune. I don't know if I want that. That didn't scale properly. Wait. There will be hound eyes in this map. Seven, that's too many tunes. I don't know about that. Back to the Uprising soundtrack now. Ceiling texture for this. I've been defaulting to drop ceilings a lot. But I think they just kind of make sense for this. I mean, it's hard to know what else. Probably not a drop ceiling in here. I need grimier walls for this kitchen. That's ridiculous. Ew. I think I'm actually gonna roll with this just because it makes me laugh. texture or frame. It's definitely not OSHA approved. That's funny though. The Silent Hill kitchen. What I imagine I'd find if I go into the back of a fast food place in an airport. Ooh, wait. I messed up. That looks good. Let's about this. I'm not sure how I want to set up this second restaurant. I'm basically just gonna reverse this, but then maybe I'll change the textures and stuff. First, I should probably do some lighting. Airport food is so nasty sometimes. What's the deal with airline food? I don't know, like in actual airports, I actually think that the food is pretty good. On the plane, yeah, I've seen some questionable things. Depends on the airline and airport, exactly. I'm kind of inspired by like an airport that's near me for this map because it's very small. Made it easier for me to make the map. Also, hi Meneth, welcome. Yeah, actually some pretty decent places at that airport. There's like a local brewery that has a bar in the airport where they only serve like their brews. And it's kind of nice. It makes me excited to go to that airport and wait for a plane. I can grab a beer while I'm waiting. You fool, I've been here since the start. I'm just quiet. I'm sorry, Meneth. Sometimes I make the mistake of like assuming that like only people who are chatting are watching, but that's not true at all. Probably lots of people lurking that I don't even realize. What do you think about this airport, Meneth? Is this realistic? Is this ridiculous? Does this look like a fun map? Izzy's is lurking. Everyone is lurking. I appreciate it. That makes me realize that way more people are watching my stream than I think are watching my stream. I want the lighting in the kitchen to be like warm lighting as opposed to cool lighting, but also kind of like dingy, like kind of creepy. Going for kind of creepy lighting. Even like, could I get away with a red light in the kitchen? I don't know why the light would be red. I just feel like that would look good in the map. Maybe just kind of a weird shade of orange. An unusual hue like that. That color is exactly what I was thinking. It'd be emergency lighting. I should do that for parts of the map because it makes sense that like if we're in an airport and like a plane just crashed into the airport, that there would probably be emergency lights on somewhere. I don't know what color I just invented, but it's cursed. I don't like it. What does this light even look like? Wait, I gotta try this. Lighting preview. Ugh. I think I just created the creepiest kitchen. Why is it like that? I'm just gonna roll with that. Probably juice mixers in the ceiling, you know, the spinny, blinky, orangey things you see on some store. Oh, juice mixers. That's what you call those? I've never heard that before, but I've seen those. My kitchen looks like that. Oh no. Fits the kitchen beautifully, thank you. And I want some, like, fluorescent, like, harsh lighting out here, like, use a spotlight for this. I might actually just use a point light for it. I don't know. Very harsh lighting. Oh, it's a translation. I'm sure there's a... Yeah, I don't know what that's called, actually. Probably I'm gonna turn off shadows on all these static props. The render texture shadows don't look good on these. None of these props would realistically cast any shadow. Like, they're all facing the light source, and there's nothing behind them. You cast a shadow. If these had shadows on them, the shadows would be coming out of the registers, which is not where the light even is coming from. That wouldn't look good. All lit up by this menu, although I think I'll put in actual lights too. Color. Gotta turn the alpha down on these sprites so it doesn't dribble. Not too bright. Turn this down a bit. Lighting preview tends to be too dark, so if this is bright, then like all gonna be pretty bright. I'll even make this like more of a local light. That looks better. I'll even, okay. Bad idea, but I'll make these. It looks weird in the preview, but I think it'll look good in game. Hey, Bob. I wonder how Burger Tank tastes like. Must be really good if Coach likes it. Bye.
Burger Tank probably. It's probably not like Burger King. I feel like Coach wouldn't like it that much if it was like Burger King. So I don't know. Good question. Question for the ages. What are you making? We're making a Map Labs entry. Map Labs is a challenge to make a map for Half-Life 2 within a limited period of time. For this challenge, it's from like January 20-something to February 12th. And this one is supposed to be themed after a song. I'm making a map based on Let It Happen by Tame Impala. Good luck, have fun. Thank you. I'm liking how this is looking so far. Gotta do the second restaurant over here. I knew there was something uncanny about these booths. I forgot to put tables in. What? Tables. I think this is gonna clip into where a human hall would be. I don't know if that's actually gonna valid node. I can make this into a illusionary. Player will probably be able to look through it, which would not be good. I can do brush. I want to like block the player, but not NPCs. If I want to do that. The solid. I think is good. I'll just make a NPC or a player clip. Takes up the same space. Good. I think I need to take a break pretty soon, so let's compile the map and see how this looks before we move on to the next section. I might have miscalculated the size of some of the floors. Sorry about that. Let me fix that before I forget. Second. Over here to get the revolver. A little bit overexposed. A little bit too bright. The menu is... Uh-oh. I think I know how that happened. Yeah, it's because of instancing. That's awkward. Need to figure out how to fix that. I did something wrong with the geometry. I think the setting this to refraction did not help. Made it worse. Oh, it made it substantially worse. Okay. Oh. I'm gonna check out the node graph a second for the NPC navigate around. If I was like standing over here, Hound Eyes came in. Right? Quad. Try to hide in here. Oh. Found me. Okay, the node graph is working. That's good. We want to see. There's like zombies out there. Behind the register, can they still get able to navigate here? Legitimate strategy. The counter should be lowered a bit. It does look a little high. I based it on how high the red trim on the wall was, but I think you're right. It should be lower like this. Yeah. 3. It's gonna be typing on the register like this. That text being backwards is gonna be a big bother. I'm not even gonna worry about it yet. That'll be a later issue. But it's because I'm using instances on these little rooms. So this one is actually rotated 180 degrees. Awkward. I need to add table. Good. Gravity, carry these down. Good. I think I need to take a break. Got some things I need to take care of, and it would also be good to stretch. So I'm thinking about stepping away from stream for about 10 minutes. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you everyone for watching so far. I will be back in just about mind staying tuned. We'll go from there. I gotta finish detailing this room and then maybe make the next one and then on going. Be right back.
welcome back.
Sorry about the delay. Where we left off, we were working on adding this restaurant. I want to add a similar one next door, but to connect them through this freezer area. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. Thanks, Matt. So what I just did is I duplicated one instance. That'll be a little shortcut. Now we have two identical rooms right next to each other. I'm gonna try to invert this one so that they line up. And I'll have to change some textures and things. Also forgot to put the tables in this one, but we'll get to that. So we have this little space in between that the player is going to go through. As for mixing it up, I will just change some textures around. Floor texture. Okay. This one seems a bit too dingy for the airport. Maybe this airport hasn't been maintained in a while. I don't know. It's a classic. It just feels like City 17, though. I don't know. Right, why not? You know, I think I want it to be cool colors instead of warm colors. Forgot about that. Doesn't really feel like a restaurant floor, but I'll try it for now. I don't want to use the same booths because that'll make it look the same. I'll have to come up with something different. Textures to choose from. A little time. That works for that purpose very well, actually. know what kind of restaurant this is going to be. Not sure what kind of texture I'm looking for. I know I want it to be cool colors to contrast with the other one. And I could just go for like a blue plaster instead of red plaster, but that doesn't feel quite different enough. Like a brick wall, but then that wouldn't really... Oh? Eh. That works. A little bit too run down, though, I'm afraid. That seam in the middle of the texture. That's supposed to be in the middle of the texture. That doesn't look quite right. I like that one. Like this. These are really speaking to me. Shouldn't be losing time to texture selection like this. Really don't really know what I'm for. Like a tile wall? A tile with a blue. This, but run down. To City 17, to Nova Prospect. It's the same texture I used for the ceilings. That's kind of ugly. How about that one? I'm struggling so much with this tile. Like a bathroom or something. Oh, we'll roll with it. Those errors? Oh, just the sound. Yeah, that's just the sound it makes. Could be a Taco Bell. I saw another tile texture that'd be good for Taco Hell. Yeah, exactly. Evil. I don't know. I don't know about this. That's not quite right. think the marble tiles would look too tiles, but like that. If this is from Left 4 Dead or from Counter Strike or from is carpeted. That'd be cursed. Tiles. Roll with this and see what happens. Hard. Yeah, the walls and floors do not match. I'm thinking too hard. We'll keep going. Is there a different menu besides the for tank one? Could work. How do I actually flip? I would use the UI vectors for that. For how to I know how to do this. Wait. Okay, there we go. This will do. I only need one menu though. What do you guys think I should listen to after the Easy U soundtrack? I feel like I listen to the same soundtracks too often on my streams. I could listen to another mod soundtrack. Oh. No. Enough. Needs to be perfect. The Boreal Aleph OST. Ooh, I don't know. I could do that. Could do that. This is a sandwich shop. I still will think of this as being a Taco Bell, though. Hey, this could be worse. Filling out the space. There's already like an alternate path you have to go through. Pretty good. Thinking about how I'm going to approach this. I put in the tables and chairs. That can be later. Just want to get the critical path done. It's going to be weird because these are instances. Like, I can't really just hook them up because I'm also going to reuse them in other parts of the map. Like, this instance here. Sandwich shop is going to get... Did that work? I didn't see it. Try it again. Okay, it did work. We'll listen to the Boreal Aleph sound. Vizzies, are you sure it's not copyrighted? I wouldn't think so, but oh, it's working. Working. Oh my goodness. Oh wait a minute. The Boreal Aleph soundtrack is Spencer Baggett. I'm sure. Why didn't I know that? I'm sure he'd be okay with it. I already asked him if I could use the EZ2 soundtrack for my streams. Yeah. Mod never came out, yeah. Honestly, I was getting mixed up with Project Borealis. I'm sure Spencer wouldn't mind. Okay, so I need to do some repairs here.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
Quite bad.
What now?
Oh, fiddlesticks. What now? I seem to have gotten myself into a pickle here. Not even... yeah. Oh, man. Okay, wait. No, I know how to fix this. All I need to do is not have this extend past the wall, which should have already done. This one will be harder to deal with. Cut out this corner. No, I can't. Okay, so I'm gonna need to do something funky in here. Something comes down here and like blocks it. I know what to do. Wait, hold on, I got an idea. How many good tracks to never hear in a game? Yeah, it is very sad. like the regular vent texture. Wait a minute, I think it's just called metal. Oh, thanks for the healing. Working hard or hardly working? Perfect. No one will ever know. How would they know? How would they know? Have to it's kind of tough though. I need to take the ceiling down just a little bit. Down by about 8 units. Too far. Try that again. Units I can get away with. Or not. I can react a little bit. I can move down. This all lines up. Oh no, that doesn't work. I really made myself a mess here, haven't I? Sometimes geometry is like that. Probably isn't the best way to deal with it, but oh well. It works. Are you planning on switching to Linux? Nope. No plans right now. Although I am very interested in all of the current trends in Linux. Seeing people switching to Linux is really empowering. It's good. Happy to see it. I am thinking of setting up a second PC that is running Linux just for testing mods. I think that could be very useful, although I don't know if I'll have time to actually sit down and like play through Easy 2 multiple times on Linux, that sort of thing, but that'd be the idea. Windows 11 is about the only thing that could make me want to switch to Linux. I'll have to upgrade eventually. Yeah, that might be true for me as well. Also, hi Beef Bacon. It's really good to see you. I might eventually switch because Windows is making it really hard not to, like as you're saying. This in a little bit more. Those nodes are kind of close. Room. That looks not good. Whatever. Not gonna worry about it too much. See you streaming this again. It's fun watching other people. I'm making a gun in Blender at the moment. Oh, what's the gun? Is that for another map? Like for a future map? Windows 11 really killed everything. Yeah, I'm pretty unhappy with the state of Microsoft right now. As far as the actual user experience of Windows 11 goes, like I wasn't that bothered. I'm mostly it's the Copilot integration stuff that's bothering me. Initially when I upgraded to Windows 11, what bothered me the most was their like little tiny features like the right-click menu, which you can disable, and I did disable, but it is very annoying to deal with. Now we have this good negative space between these two to use. Windows 11 updates breaks PC. Ooh, I think I heard something about that. I haven't experienced that though. Like, what was the issue? Gun is a rivet gun for Cold Hard Steel 5 when I get around to making that. It's essentially a reskinned crossbow. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun to use. The, like, projectile weapons in Source, like the crossbow, are kind of underutilized. It's always fun, like, impaling NPCs to the walls and things like that. Oh, we have this little tiny space for a little walk-in freezer. Won't be a lot, but it'll be a good way to connect these two areas. This will force a confrontation between the player and whatever NPCs are around. There'll be some hound eyes on this side of the gate, and they'll charge on through here, something like that. The way I'm using instances for these rooms is kind of backfiring on me here. I used map logic to make a projectile plasma gun, which is pretty fun to use. That sounds like fun. I'm sure it could be done better with VScript, but I'm comfortable with map logic. Map logic for weapons sounds pretty difficult, compared with like Map logic can get pretty far, but it's impressive that you made like a whole working weapon like that. The right spot. Okay. Oh, it doesn't like. Oh. I'm gonna overthink it this time. Boom Donuts, welcome. We are map labbing. Next for game soundtracks. I'm gonna do the Raising the Bar Salvation soundtrack. Love that soundtrack. It was by Amy. Also the lead on Raising the Bar Salvation. Used map logic to make weapons before, but they've always been pretty janky. This one has some jank, but it's far less noticeable. When you're making a weapon with map logic, how do you go about that? Because the actual weapon itself is always going to be hard-coded in source. So is it like an existing weapon that you're buying some outputs? What outputs would you even use? Is it like on yeah, I don't know. Are you using like a player proxy to get the controls or something? Looks pretty good. And I can, what I can do is I can add some shelves. Here's like the props for like food, like food stack, yeah. Well. Take up too much space. Any news of Easy 2 DLC? Nope. No news right now. It's an existing weapon with ammo type set to none, so it still does the animations but doesn't shoot anything. Series of relays and logic branches handles firing behavior. How do you get the firing event? Is that from a logic player proxy? Uh-oh, this might not fit in my freezer. Kind of ridiculous. give myself much real estate to work with here. Not a very big freezer. Maybe I can like get something in like the gap here. I keep like backing myself into a corner like this. I'm gonna go with this. Could have like a vertical stack here or something. Works. I don't know. I don't know why there's so many like lemons in this random fast food place, but I'm just gonna kind of go with it, I think.
EMUI, on press primary fire.
Okay. Ridiculous. Okay. Well, I can do something about this later. Not gonna work. Blocking half of the doorway. I think I can fit this into such a tiny space.
The Salvation OST went hard. Yeah, the Salvation OST is amazing.
I have these doors like blown off of their hinges on both sides. much of the particle effects for the antlion spit can be safely replaced without affecting other maps. The plasma projectiles are actually antlion spit. Oh, that's creative. Why did you pick the antlion spit for it? Oh, is it using the antlion spit like entity? Sort of reminds me of Zombie Panic Source. I wouldn't have thought of that if you hadn't mentioned it, but it does sound like that, and I'm very nostalgic for that. I really want to play ZPS again. Oh, hi. The physics tool doesn't work with instances. Oh no. That was unfortunate. I use instances a lot to try to like save myself time or make a faster workflow, but a lot of time they are more work than they're worth. Like I think I'm saving myself so much time by turning something into an instant. I end up having to deal with all this jank. I mean, isn't it just like programming though? It's like, you know, that figure this out. It's like clean code, you know what I mean? It's like we have all these abstractions to try to make code more readable, more maintainable, more like human accessible. But then a lot of times when you do that, it ends up just becoming over abstracted and just slows down the system. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and so one thing I want from this map, I know all of my dreams for this map seem like they're like not gonna happen at this point. But one idea that I had for this map is that I really wanted all of the NPC spawns to be handled by VScript. I wanted to write a director VScript that would periodically spawn NPCs in out of bounds areas of the map so that the player would find them later, but it would be randomized where the NPCs come in. And I was really excited about that idea, but I don't think I'm going to actually do that. To do a ZPS game night on the server, I use, yeah, actually, I want to. I want to figure out how to host my own dedicated servers and have people join them online. Because I think that would be a lot of fun if I could host, a server on that machine. The one right over there behind me. I think my bald spot just was on stream. But I have a computer I can use as a server to run a dedicated server, and then I'll have to set up like Cloudflare or something to set up like a public URL for it. That'd be cool. I would really like to play ZPS with people. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I used antlion spit because it's a simple projectile that doesn't explode. That makes perfect sense, yeah. And it's that seems like a good recipe for a custom weapon, like antlion spit gun. The projectile is already in the game. Similar to hunter flechettes, or the same way, I think. Wait, no, I should have these guys, like, investigating a corpse. They shouldn't be just waiting for the player. They should be, like, they broke through. Like, having a little lunch break. Try to use an infected oh no, okay, I kind of knew that would happen. What I get for using Left 4 Dead assets. That one more time. I still need to get assets for my military guys and for my survivors. I know I'm going to get the survivors from my map, the Good Shepherd, from Crossfire. The military guys, I don't want to use the same ones from the Good Shepherd because those are bad guys, and I want this to be more like they're helping you escape. I've used hunter flechettes too. Honestly, I'd love to know how to spawn sniper bullets as a projectile. Ooh, that's a really good idea because the sniper bullets are not actually. It's like it's hit scan, but it's like faking a projectile, right? Because what it does is it takes a hit scan of a fixed distance, like it has like a ray. It casts a ray, and then it sees if it hits anything, and then after a delay of time, it fires the tracer. Then once the tracer gets to the end of the ray, it fires another ray. So it's like a delayed hit scan, right? So that could be really cool for custom weapons. It's like a way of doing ballistics that's like very simple, but what's the context for this map? So this is a 7-hour war map. You're trying to evacuate it through an airport, and the map is based on the song Let It Happen by Tame Impala. Or inspired, I should say. Goes. Kind of a lame physics drop. Maybe I should pose the NPC a little bit. I should have a weapon on him, I think. Do the hound eyes react to smells? I can't remember if Map Lab's hound eyes react to smells. You had me at 7-hour war. Yeah, it's something I just always wanted to make maps like this. Even going back to like the very first time I opened Hammer, I think I wanted to do basically like a disaster map, like a 7-hour war or Residence Cascade themed map. Weapon should he have? I think I'm probably just gonna give him an M4A1. The player can pick that up. I don't know what direction do you point? It'll be like a ways away from him. There is something about like the feeling of the original Half-Life of everything going wrong and you're trying to get out of this like dire situation. Half-Life 2 is a little bit different because it's post-apocalypse, you know? Need to put a light on this guy, I think. Or how I want that to work yet. These hound eyes will be... For this map, I've been using NPC sleep a lot more. I usually don't use NPC sleep, but in this map, I've been relying on PVS a lot to say, like, okay, wake this NPC when the player is in PVS, that sort of thing. Ignore unseen enemies even do. I don't know if I've ever used that before. Just noticed it. Looking forward to the 7-hour war map competition. Why hasn't there been one? Now that you point that, like... Wait a minute. What if that was the theme? Can you imagine... If that was the theme instead of Tune 3, that would have blown my mind. I'd probably be a lot farther on this map. I don't think I would have done an airport. I think I would have probably picked a similar Left 4 Dead. Like, I probably would have picked Death Toll and done like a small town setting. Which, oh man, I would love to do that. I guess I've always just, this is weird, but I've always wanted to make like maps that are set in locations that are like where I'm from. You know, like just like places that I would actually go or that I've actually seen. Which is weird, like you think it's the opposite. You think you'd want to go to somewhere where it's like where you haven't seen. Like in Half-Life 2, I think that's part of the magic is I've never been to Eastern Europe, so being in that kind of country feels very like alienating to me, and that's part of what made it so good. And yet, I have this weird urge to make maps that are similar to places that I have been. I don't know. I should make these doors, at least one of these doors ajar. so the hound eyes can go through it. I'm from Central Europe, and some parts of cities here look like Half-Life 2. I've heard that from a friend in Germany that he uses references from cities that he goes to, probably from like the eastern part of Germany, right? Um, he can use references of buildings for City 17. I've never been anywhere in Europe. I should say that. I'd like to visit Europe. I think that'd be great, great place to. A great place. I mean, that's so many places. That's like a whole continent. I don't even know which country I would want to go to. That's the thing. Is like there's just like visiting anywhere in Europe, like Western Europe, would be kind of amazing for me, I think. Hey, Dover Courts, welcome. I'm feeling kind of happy with how this looks. Honestly, I'm kind of vibing with this. I just wish I had more time. I'm really that timer is really starting to stress me out. I recommend Germany since German is similar to English. Not similar enough to recognize anything, right? Oh, Yui! Welcome, Yui. So good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Heard German, so I showed up. Hi, Yui. We're talking about Germany. Oh, thanks for following. I've seen your name so many times, and I just realized I've never pronounced it out loud. Queso? Should I say queso? That sounds not quite right. But welcome in. Thanks so much for the raid, Yui. If you need to raid and run, I totally understand. You know, stream's going for a long time. Make sure you get water, get food. What else am I supposed to say? There's like, streamers do such a good job of welcoming people in. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thanks, Crispy Kuda. Thanks, Goji. He's cheese. I'm kind of shocked, honestly. I didn't expect you guys to raid me. How was War Thunder today? Did you have a good day? The stream going well? I should introduce what I'm doing on my stream. So we're listening to the Raising the Bar Salvation soundtrack. That's a mod for Half-Life 2. I'm working on a level. It's for a challenge called Tune 3 Encore. Tune 3 is a Map Labs challenge. We get a limited number of days. Right now there's 4 days left. The submission date is February 12. We had about 20 days to do the challenge. And the theme was to make a Half-Life 2 map based on a song. I had to pick a song that I liked and get inspired by the song and then make a map based on that. So I picked the song Let It Happen by Tame Impala, and I am making an airport based on Left 4 Dead, kind of inspired by the song, and it's going to be set during the 7-hour war in Half-Life 2. Yui says it went decent, I think. Holy 2000s logo. Yeah, I think that's the point. I think they're going for that 2000s nostalgia now. Maybe? I don't know. Now I'm questioning it. It's supposed to be like metal, right? Which when they announced this theme, they did this teaser thing where they would show us one letter at a time, and we had to try to guess the name. And I never would have thought the theme was Tune. I thought it was going to be something to do with like dungeons or like a medieval theme or castles or like I don't know. I was getting like a certain vibe from the font that I did not think Tune was going to be the challenge. Hope I'm out. It's midnight in Poland, so adieu and have fun. Thanks, Queso. Thanks for following. I really appreciate it. I don't think I've ever seen an airport in Source. Have you played Dead Air in Left 4 Dead? Because I ask partially because I shamelessly ripped all the assets for this from Dead Air. So this is a lot of like mixing Left 4 Dead and Half-Life 2 stuff, which for me is a lot of fun. I love like mixing and matching Source Engine games. I didn't play much. We should fix that. We should do a Left 4 Dead 2 collab sometime. That'd be fun. Throwing that out there. I love Left 4 Dead 2. Play that game a lot. I played on stream with a couple friends back in October. We played some custom maps. Tons. So what I'm about to do now is gonna test the map, and we're gonna see how it looks right now. It's still in a very oops. It's in a very rough state. Still working on it. But I just want to see how that last area I made looks. Like a tiny gap in the level that the compiler doesn't like. Right now I'm trying to figure out where that gap is. Is it right there? Like, is that a gap? I'm really seeing it right now. Source Engine has this quirk where you need the map to be fully sealed because it uses binary space partitions like older first-person shooters, like kind of like Doom, that style. Newer games don't really have that, but Source Engine still uses that because it's very optimized. I never know how people figured out how to use Hammer. I will say I like using Hammer more than I like Blender. I never could get the hang of all of the different options in Blender, the different commands, shortcuts, everything. I find Hammer a lot easier to use, but it is kind of messy. It's I can understand why a lot of people don't like it. Speaking of which, why is this not? Oh wait, I think I know. I think I know. That up. Try again. Technically, I do have plans tonight. I was supposed to wrap up stream at 6. I think I'm going to try to wrap up stream by 7 instead because I want to keep the momentum going. We don't have very much time left for this challenge. Trying to keep it exciting. Keep the momentum going, keep the energy up. That's what I'm trying to say. Clock is ticking. No, not the clock is ticking. There's that stupid rabbit. Got it. Can't full screen it. Clock is ticking. Did that work? I tried Hammer once and all I made was a concrete shack with a single table on it. It's fun to do, like, when you make your first map, trying to keep it simple and just like learn the tools. There's something special about that. It's like you end up with those like little liminal spaces, like a shack made out of all one material, that sort of thing. Oh, it's good. So I replaced the crowbar with a guitar to fit the theme. Let me move my scene over. Got a guitar. This is the state of the airport right now. Still working on it. So I tried to write a script to do dynamic music. I'll show that in a minute, but the idea is that the music is going to change once combat starts. But I haven't really implemented that all the way yet. Zombies. Beef Bacon was giving me suggestions for the skybox on how to make it look a little bit better. The skybox is still a little rough because I had to rush it. This whole thing has been kind of rushed. And the theme. Not. Report any suspicious activity to security. With the dynamic music script, I have it basically loop a calm section of the song. I split the song up into segments, and I have it like yeah, we'll go into different mid sections that it loops that are broken up into different what's the word for them? Not stings. Think of the word. But I have this function. Wait. I don't have it fully working yet, but there's this thing. Stumbling on my words today, I'm sorry. That next mid track. I can basically dynamically have the music kick into like a combat section. That's what I'm getting at. And I'm gonna spoof it by firing it in the console when the enemies see me. But the idea will be that the music will like kick into high gear whenever there's enemies that attack you. I don't have that working yet. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it in time. That command, I'll wait on it for now. You see me? They see me. Your hound dies. Oh, that door is closed. I'll open the door and then I'll start the music. I'll make the music combat music. There we go. Now it's in the combat part. Empty restaurant. Hit enemy from Entropy 0. Actually, the Hound Eyes aren't in Easy 2. They're in the code. This one doesn't seem to notice me. What are you doing? Where'd the menu go? Oh, the menu is over here. We might have a few things to work out yet. Still a work in progress. How do I remember them? Probably from Half-Life 1. They're one of those Half-Life 1 aliens. Interesting. Enemy unreachable. I think this Hound Eye is stuck in a loop. Okay, now it's... Ow. Trying to gaslight me? No. There's a bug where, because I have two mirrors, if the game tries to render two mirrors at the same time, it will like de-render all of the entities in the game. So, oh, and this one's also bugged out. This is going very well. There's no problems with this map at all. We're in our lane, moisturized, unbothered. Oh, don't worry. Ignore the fact that I'm in a hazmat suit too. That's not supposed to be like that. I'll set the music back to the non-combat section. Wait. Actually, I'm about to enter combat again. Ignore the plane that's frozen in midair. We got like a little outdoor battle going on. A little holdout section that's gonna happen here. Know you were chill like that. He's chill like that. The guy's gonna get killed by head crabs. I'm going to use custom assets for the characters too, so they won't be Half-Life 2 citizens. They'll be like characters that fit the narrative.
Just like old times, eh? Bring it on.
So my idea is that, and none of the scripting is in yet, but you're gonna have to hold out against enemies while they fuel up this aircraft. I don't know if it's very realistic that people would actually be waiting at the terminal instead of like outside in an emergency, but I'm not gonna overthink it. But anyways, you're gonna wait for them to have the plane ready to take off, and then people are gonna try to evacuate. But I don't have any of the scripting in for it yet. If I got killed by a head crab, I'd be mad as hell. Yeah, really. Got like 5 HP. How'd you get in without the bridge thingy? Oh, if they were doing like an emergency boarding outside, they probably would use one of those like inflatable ramp things, right? Maybe you're right. Maybe they need the bridge thingy. Maybe that's why this could make sense. I hope it makes sense. And I'm gonna have hunters come in later, so you'll be attacked by hunters from the combine. I don't think I'm gonna finish this in 4 days. Aren't those slides? You might be right, actually. They're not like... They have to have, like, stairs, right? How do they do that normally? I don't know. I guess, well, normally they use the bridge thing. Oh. I'm very worried I'm not gonna be able to finish this in 4 days, 3 hours, 45 minutes, and 14 seconds. But, we're gonna do our best. So my goal for today was to get all of the geometry done, and then I would only focus on the scripting after today. I don't think I'm actually going to achieve that because we're running out of time pretty quickly. Maybe they have a ladder in one of those cart thingies. Oh, I bet you're right. In fact, I might even have a prop for that. Throw that out here. Get the soundtrack back. This is the soundtrack from a mod called Raising the Bar Salvation. It's one of my favorite mods. One of my friends is the lead and also the composer, Amy or Amicus. Iconic 1UP-D soundtrack. Yeah, my intro and outro music is from the Easy 2 soundtrack. It's by Spencer Baggett. Yeah, I think we have some props for like airport vehicles. Like if I look for baggage cart. Oh yeah, like one of these. Yeah. Just like out here somewhere, I don't know. And I think there's some other vehicles too. There's like, oh yeah, there's a tractor for it. That is forward and which backwards. And I wish we could drive this thing. Fun. No, that's not going to be a feature. I don't think I have time for that. There'd be a fuel truck to indicate the plane is getting fueled. That's not a bad idea, because that's what they had in Left 4 Dead 2, or sorry, Left 4 Dead 1, actually. There's like a fuel tanker. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's this thing. But I think I can actually do that. Did I? I'm not gonna go too crazy with it, but maybe just like put the vehicle near the plane. That'll be enough. Like while they're probably fueling or something. Yes. No. Love the physics tool in Hammer++. My favorite Hammer++ feature. Okay. What are we doing? Out of soundtracks. Another good mod soundtrack to listen to. I'm trying to think. What if you added some flight crew next to the truck? I actually really like that idea. Wait a minute. I was gonna do that. I don't really have like assets for flight crew. We probably have more soldiers down here though. That could be kind of cool. Need to add nodes out in this area, but I can do. Ooh, Underhell. That's a great idea. Listen to the Underhell soundtrack. This will be the soundtrack from a mod called Underhell that I played on stream. Classic Half-Life 2 mod. Kirby voice acted in it. It kind of did it all. Like it had puzzles, it had horror, it had combat. Underhelling it. There's one idea I have, and again, the time that I have to actually implement my ideas is quickly running out. Clock is ticking, but I wanted to have basically you have a timer. You get to this area, there's a timer that'll show up on screen until the aircraft is fueled, and so you have to hold out with the soldiers. You'll be fighting off like hound eyes and zombies and stuff. But then when the time hits 0, I want to have a Combine gunship fly in and just blow up the plane. And then the timer just stays at 0 and you have to keep defending. And that's where I got inspiration from the song Let It Happen, because during that section I want to have the soundtrack skip. Because in Let It Happen, in the middle, there's this part where the music starts skipping and like looping, and it's like a record skip. But then the glitched like skipping part becomes the beat for the next section. And I always thought that was so cool in that song. I could even have these guys shoot at the aircraft over here. I don't know if that's not going to do very much with their small arms, but you know, it'd be cool. You think you'll ever revisit this map and polish it more? Honestly, no. I don't think I will. And the reason why not is because I've wanted to go back and polish my other 7-Hour War map, The Good Shepherd, for a long, long time, and I've never gotten around to it. There are a lot of maps that I would like to go back and polish. I think the map that I would most like to polish is called Distress Signal. And that was the one where you're on a boat. I really want to make that map better, but I never actually get around to polishing any of my maps. I think it's because it's really hard to, like, when you're going back to an existing map, it's hard to know when to stop. Like, what's the acceptable level of polish before you want to release it, you know? Versus with a Map Labs, you always know there's always a deadline, and you know when it has to be finished. So that helps me get motivated. I kind of have like an end state when I know that when I have to finish it by. Versus if I'm just making it better, it's like you can always make it better, you know? These tables even look like. Maybe like this. physics prop. It's not. Once I'm done with the map, I'm done with it. There's maps I'd like to go back and fix up, but I just won't. If I ever release a map, I'll have to. Oh, you mean release a map like outside of Map Labs? I'm kind of the same way. I want to go back, but I never do. But one thing about that is reassuring is like, this is actually the third 7-hour war map that I've made, and I probably will keep making more of them. So even though I might not go back and fix up this map, I will definitely like keep making maps like it, and the next one will be better, and then the next one after that will be better than that one, you know, and there will be continuous improvements. A map pack. Oh, I see what you mean. So even though like I'm not revisiting maps, I'm building on them. Like this map builds on the Good Shepherd, and the Good Shepherd built on I made a map called The Last Commute in like 2017. That was a 7-hour war map. Is there a file size limit on entries? I might actually get disqualified. I just realized. I'm suddenly nervous. I'm like, how many props am I using from Left 4 Dead? Probably a lot at this point. All my maps have at least a little bit of DNA from previous maps and things I've learned. I hope I'm improving. Something that's been weighing really heavily on me lately, for me personally, is I feel like I really haven't learned enough. Even though it's a learning process and I'm always trying to get better, a lot of times I feel like my maps now aren't that much different from my maps 10 years ago. And that really scares me. I'm like, what if I'm actually stagnant? What if I'm not learning? A scary prospect. Map gets Left 4 Dead. Yeah, it might. You're not supposed to just like use all the assets from a game. Understandably so, you know, like that's not what that's for. It's not okay. Guys, you'll be holding out with all soldiers? No, I want to have some soldiers and some just regular civilians who happen to be in the airport who are like evacuating. Very Left 4 Dead, where it's like everyone is sort of working together, you know? That's the one hopeful thing in this map, is that it's like everyone working together in a crisis. I look at some of my older maps and think, how did I even do that? I swear I backslide sometimes. I don't know if my actual level design has improved an awful lot. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, your maps are so ambitious. Like, surely you've at least improved in, like, oh. It's hard for me to see that because I don't really know, like, the progression of, like, which map you made when. I'm very quickly running out of time. Clock is ticking. I might have to wrap up pretty soon, but I don't think I'm quite ready. Tense music for a tense mapping session. Yeah. No kidding. My maps are very flashy, often at the cost of actual substance. People seem to like them though. I don't know if your maps have a lot of substance. You have a lot of custom content and like new mechanics. I don't know if I agree with that. But I think a lot of times I have a problem of always needing a gimmick. Like, all of my maps are like trying to do something weird or out there. It's very hard for me to just sit down and say I'm gonna make a conventional map. But I think that's kind of important to actually learning. I never really do that. DJ's raiding. DJ, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. If you have to raid and run, I completely understand. I know streaming takes a lot out of you, so make sure that you're hydrated, that you have food, that you're comfortable. If you can stay, feel free to join us. We're working on a Half-Life 2 mapping challenge called Tune 3 Encore. Alright, let me turn the music down just a little bit. We're listening to the soundtrack from Underhell, which is an old mod for Half-Life 2. It's a really good, like, total conversion mod, basically like a full game. I got work now. Okay. Thanks for rating, though. Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks. I hope your stream went well. I'll have to ask about it sometime. I think I lean on the crutch of having some gimmick visual or otherwise. I'd like to challenge myself to just a Half-Life 2 map at some point without going crazy on it. I don't even know where to start with it, you know what I mean? It's like I wouldn't have a drive to make a map like that. There's always has to be something that like makes me want to make the map. So I wish I was better at just like coming up with a good exercise and learning from it. I'm not very good at that kind of like motivated, very deliberate learning. Sure, what other locations like the airport aren't explored often in source maps? Probably a lot. Half-Life 2 isn't really like normal environments, you know? It's not every day. Left 4 Dead is a lot more like places that you'd actually go, like malls and well, I guess it depends on where you are, right? But it's like, you know, there's a carnival, airport, small town, mall, hospital. Half-Life 2 is a hospital, so there's that, but realized I haven't put any dynamic resupplies around this at all. I'm really interested in how this dynamic resupply experiment I've been doing is going to go. I've never used a dynamic resupply like this before. I've only ever used them in crates. Tinkering with source really tickles my brain, so I'm often working on something that I want to put into a map. I know exactly what I want to do for my next horror map. I had an idea for a horror map, but I don't know if I'll ever actually do it. If I had known about Map Base 8 in Map Labs sooner, I probably would have tried this for the Grid 2. But I really want to do a map where mirrors are the focus. Like there's like you look in the mirror and there's like a mirror world where things are different and you use it to solve puzzles. Half-Life 2 map set in suburban America. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I was talking about with like places that I would go. Wanting to explore like the 7-Hour War and stuff like that. Okay, so now what? So I detailed those rooms. Oh man, I need more time. We got about 25 minutes on the clock. I wanted to add more props, add more details, add more skybox stuff. Man, we're really down to the wire here. I'm gonna try to do one more instance before we wrap up. This one will be supposed to be like a store. Let's try it. Oh, is there Z fighting? Wait, let me. The only exotic locations I can think of for a Half-Life 2 map is a mall or Times Square. Times Square would actually be interesting. A mall is another map that could use Left 4 Dead assets, you know? Part of the soundtrack, I didn't even realize. I wanted to do something with motion sensors like in Aliens, with both the motion sensor that you hold and motion sensors you can deploy around the map. That sounds awesome. Man, I can't even imagine what that would look like. Like, would the setting be a Half-Life setting, or would you do something more like original, like total conversion for it? That sounds fantastic. Bonus album for Underhill is missing some tracks. Huh, I wonder why. Paying green carpet for this. Like a Barnes and Noble. It is a Barnes and Noble. Would be a Barnes and Noble. Little conversion set in a space prison. Ooh, that sounds interesting. It sounds very Alien, which I would really like to see. I love Alien. Actually, I need more columns in this map. Kind of cool. Gonna be like the gift shop, kind of. You think they're selling in this little shop? Dead Rising shop. I mean, yeah, basically. I think there's even a sign for like texture. A sign for like duty free shopping. Yeah, okay. There's maybe we can make like a hanging sign down here. Yeah, something like that. Red as well. Perfect. Well, metal textures. Whatever. What do they even sell here? Oh, at the duty free shop. Depends on what city they're in, and I actually didn't decide that. Yeah, this could be perfect. Like yeah, this is what I want. Okay. Colorado. I don't think I think this is because this is based on Left 4 Dead. I think it's like Pennsylvania, or what I would guess. Wish this was only half. I don't think that really. Maybe if I wait. Trade place. More displays on that wall. El piano, yeah. It's all been looted already, actually. Throw a body here. It's around. I don't know if I should even have lights in this area because I don't want the player to have their attention directed. I guess there's already lights in this one. Yeah, I should light it up at least a little bit. I can copy the light from. Player's attention should mostly be on the barricade. The CSS train guy, yeah, you're right, he is cooler. all these lights very dim. Great. Uh-oh. Worry about that in a second. Flickering lights. I try to avoid using flickering lights just because I don't like when lights, when they have to write to the light maps more than once in Source Engine. I've had issues with too many like lights like that, causing issues with the map compiler. But one or two flickering lights obviously isn't going to cause that, so it's me issue. Could actually rotate. Bathroom. Wait. Actually, you might be able to. You're there. Totally can. And not gonna worry about it. Military left a gap in their barricade. I'm really bad at sealing fences like that in source maps. Bathrooms, I still have that issue with the mirror. I think I'm gonna have to just make one of them how do I want to do this? Need to make sure they don't both render at the same time. I could try to make these gaps narrower. I don't think that's actually going to help because you can still stand at like a sweet spot and see both of them. More privacy, really. I guess this one can be broken glass. It's like a good shattered glass texture. Not the one that's reflective. I want it specifically to, like, not this one. That's not good enough. I want a broken glass texture that's not reflective. But there is a good one. Yeah, I just oh wait. I could do like a good breakable glass. Okay. So I'm thinking actually this whole surface. This This should be 2 units. We'll make just a metal texture. Get this to start broken already. The explosion, yeah, that's a good idea actually. Very small magnitude. It's kind of a hack, but you know, it'll work. We have about 4 minutes left, so I'm gonna try to run through the map one more time, and we'll raid out. Very quickly running out of time. I wish I could extend this stream longer today. I feel like this stream is going especially well for a mapping stream. I'm actually really vibing with this.
You make another 7-hour war map. What if you had some teleported in front of you? Yeah, I was wondering about that. Something I was thinking about is, would Zen aliens still be teleporting around in front of people at this point in the 7-hour war, or did the like? I've never really thought about it before. What exactly are the mechanics of portal storms? Like, I know during Half-Life, Zen aliens were like teleporting all around Black Mesa, but like, when did they start teleporting other places besides Black Mesa? And was it like, is it completely random? Is there like a pattern? Is it when the portal storms show up? Like regular, like, you know, it's like I've never really questioned like how exactly, what are the rules for teleportation of aliens after Half-Life happened? That would be cool. In fact, I actually want to do that in this map. Ideally, that was how I was going to spawn in new Hound Eyes, attack the player. See how the map is looking. Me. I think they saw me. My breakable surface worked, but at least it's not breaking anymore. How did that happen? Wait. I'm so confused, guys. Yeah, I shouldn't use instant for a mistake.
How is the player gonna know that they're supposed to go that way? I need some big, like, sign or something that's pointing them in that direction. Maybe to make all of these lights dimmer and then have a brighter light over there? Sure. Go grab the, revolver. The canon is that the portals are random. They spawn aliens, teleport people buildings away, something like that. It would be interesting to see more of the reverse of, like, what happens when someone gets teleported to Zen. Barely fit past this thing. Oh, what a disaster. Menu. Ah, oh, that was crazy. This isn't looking bad, what it is. I just wish I had more time. There's just so little time. It's crazy. Pretty happy with what we accomplished. Interesting that spawned 2 items. I thought each dynamic resupply could only spawn 1 item.
Just like old times, eh, Gordon? Here we go.
Where we're gonna hold out. Oh, a big empty map, you know? I wish there was more that I could do. It's great, man. It genuinely feels like an airport. Thanks, I appreciate it. The props do a lot of heavy lifting.
Bring it on!
Got him.
Go down!
It'll be fun. And at the end, we'll have the hunter come in. The part where the hound is bursting away the prop looks so cool. I totally agree. I wasn't expecting it, and it worked really well. I'm surprised we haven't seen mods deal more with, like, hound eyes and physics props, you know? I'm gonna have to see what I can do with this. I know we're running out of time. We've got 4 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 22 seconds remaining. I don't think I'll get it in by the deadline, but I'm gonna try my best. And then if that fails, I'll try to submit by the bonus. But thank you so much, guys, for joining me on this journey. I really appreciate it. I have had a really good stream today, and this is making me feel inspired to do more mapping streams. I wish I could do more mapping streams for this challenge. Unfortunately, yeah, with time kind of got away from us, but hopefully we can start up with more regular mapping streams in the future. Find someone to raid online. I have a couple of friends we could raid. I have one friend who's streaming in VR chat, and another. My friend's partner is playing Earth Defense Force for their stream. Playing Earth Defense Force 5. Playing. Side. Do you guys have a preference for a raid? I'm in a second. It looks like they're on a break. Let's raid. We will raid Mia Fox. So if you guys can stick around, be on your best behavior. We're gonna raid and do a chatting VR chat stream, and I'm gonna keep working on this map, and hopefully I'll have some updates for you guys in the next week. Otherwise, hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks again for watching. It's been great. It's been a good Saturday. See you guys. Bye bye.